vector calculation app, enter the following number: 1. Vector calculation, 2. Easy. For example, that I put the number 3, so the program will say try again, please enter the number 1 or 2 only. So now I put the number 1, so the program asks me to enter the vector number. For example, I put the number 3, so the program say the vector of 3 will be 6, I see in here. So now I will do the vector calculation again, 1. So now I will try to put 13. So you see that you say the vector for 13 will be this number. And I put 1 again. Now I put minus 3. So the program say please enter integer number that is greater than or equal to 0 only. So that means I put the number is not integer. So I will put again about 12. So the program will say the vector for the 12 will be this one. Okay. So now when I finish the vector calculation, I want to exit. I put the number 2. So now the program will ask me that, do you want to exit the system? Yes or no? For instance, I put no. So the program will continue to the calculation. Put the number 2 again. And now the program asks me again, do you want to exit the system? For example, I put a yes. So now the program will stop. In this script, we are going to create the vector calculation app. To do that, the first we are going to create the variable that you use in this script. So the first we are going to we will have the value n. N is mean the vector calculation number. And then what we have to do is about OPT, which is mean option to make the kind of calculation or kind of operation. Option to make the kind of operation. And the next we have the system. This one is mean that when the user finish the operation or finish the vector calculation, so the user want to exit, we use this variable to exit their program. So it means exit system when user finish operation. This. So let me just let this. So now we are going to create. So we declare the integer data type. We have n, the first, and then we have OPT and exit system. And this one we give the initial value for 1. So what we are going to do the next, we are going to create the app wrap. So we are going to create the detail of the app. So we say app start like this. So when the app start, we use the while loop because we want to repeat again and again for our app. So we use while loop, sign true, this, and in here we write in app start, that is. So inside the while loop we will write the detail of the app. So the first we are going to show message to the user that what is about this app. So I use a console dot write, and I say vector calculation app. That is, and the next is show we tell the user that to put the number. So say enter the following number. That is, and then say console. Here we say number 1. We say vector calculation, like this. And for the number 2, say ESIS, like this. So if you choose the number 1, this means that you will do vector calculation. But you choose the number 2, that means you finish and you want to exist or you want to close the application. So we choose the number 2. So when we do that, we have to use that variable to get the value from the user. So our value in here, we say all option, right? So we use this one, option OPT, and it's convert dot to integer, and say const dot read, like this. And then after you get the value, you have to separate the value. So I use the switch to the switch, this one, and OPT, this one. Then go here. So in here we say the kind of menu to make operation, that is. So inside here, so right in here and this one, I copy this one, just copy this one, in here, and inside here we have the first case. And break And then we have the second case. And we break. The first case we'll talk about two factor calculation. For the second we talk about exist the system when user finish operation. And the next we say about the default break. This for the default we just want to tell the user, right? Tell user to enter number 1 or 2 only, that is. So this means that we have only 2 cases, number 1 and number 2, but when the user put the other number that is not number 1 and number 2, our program have to tell the user that please put the number 1 and 2 only. So now we are going to create the detail for the case number 1. For the case number 1, we'll do the factor calculation, right? So to do that, we have to ask the user, right, to put the number. So we have to write in here, but we have the condition that the number must be the integer. So when the user put the number that is not integer, we will ask back the user to put again. So to that we have to use the while loop. So we say while loop in here, and we say true in this one, and use this. So, and after that we will say console dot write, and we ask the user to put, we say enter the factor number, like this. So when we ask to put the factor number, we use the variable to get the value. So the value is n, right? So n equal convert dot to n 32, and say console dot read line like this. So after we get the value, we have to separate the value is integer or not. So in that case we use the if statement to do that. So if n greater than or equal 0. So the case we show, right? We show the value, so we say console dot write here, and this one, here is dollar, say n. After that is the this one n, and then is a vector and equal. Here we create a function or the method called vector like this, and we put in here for here, and like this. So this one like vector, okay, and then we just enter a new line, then we press this across, and you see that we have the rate, or we have the error, right? And you see that we have the red line under the method vector in here, because we haven't created the detail of this method yet, so it will show the error like this. So we will do that after. So after we got the correct number, we have to use the break to exit the while loop, right? So we say break like this. So we say that, and so we use the else statement to, if the integer is not the integer, we tell the user to put again. So we say else this one, okay. So in here we say console.write here, and we say please in the integer number, please enter integer number that is greater than or equal to 0, like this, okay. And we enter a new line after finish this one, okay. So now we finish for the else statement. So for the else statement, we don't use the break statement because we don't want to exit the while loop yet, and we will ask back the user to put the number that is integer. So now we complete for the case number 2. So in here, for the while loop in here, we mean that input, right? Input value, input vector number, the vector number, we say ask the user to input the vector number like this, and we just copy this one, so in here is mean that we end this one, right? Here we are end this one like this. So okay, so now we are going to create right? The detail of the method factor, this one, right? So to do that, we are going to create in here outside the main method, right? So we are going to create in here. So I say static, and I use long and say factor, and in here we use for n integer none, like this. After that, enter. So let's see. Okay, you see here, this method is now no error, or you see that no, the red line under the method name, because we already create is in here. So what to do the next? We are going to create the detail for the this method. So this method we do about the factory, right? Factor. So for the factor, we will use the if statement, and we say that if num equal 1 or num equal 0. If indicate like this, ask the program to return 1. Okay, and else we will return after, return the num and multiply factor and num minus 1, like this. So why? And in here you should know that for this statement you should know that here, come in here, you should know that the factor of 1, right? Factor 1 is equal 1, and you should know that factor 0 equal 1, right? So whatever, when the number is 1 or 0, the factor, the result calculation of the factor must be 1. So we say that when the num is equal 0 or equal number 1, that means the return number of the calculation result should be 1 only. So we use this one. And for other, you see that we will use for example, that we have the factor of 3, right? Factor of 3, you should know that is equal and 3, right, minus 1, like this. 3 minus 1, and then multiply, like this. 3 minus 2, and multiply until 3 minus 3, right? 3 minus 3. This until will be like this. So this is about the rule of the factor. So we will do like this. So in here, I mean, these are just example like this. So the formula will be like this. So after that, we are going to do, let's check out for the case number 1. So you see that the case number 1, now we have no error, so everything seems to be fine. But what we are going to do the next is about the number 2, right? So the number 2 is mean that we want to exit the system. So to do that, we have to show the message to the user. So in here I say console dot write, and in here when you want to exit the system, we want to confirm to the user that do you really want to exit, right? So I show the message, do you want to exit the system? Ask the user like this. So after that, we ask the user console write, and we say in here yes or no, like this. But in here I just don't want to enter new line, so we put like this. So after that, when you ask the user to put a value, you have to declare the variable to get the value. So we use the string because it's yes or no. So it say yes or no equal console dot read line, like this. And after that, when you get the value, you have to separate that value. That value is yes or no. So to do that, we have to use the if statement. I said yes or no equal yes, right? If it equal yes, that means we want to stop. So if we want to stop it, just use the exit, this one, change to be 0. So 0 is mean the stop. So after that, we just enter a new line. In here say new line, like this. So now we seem to be finished, but not yet. We have to do this one. So when you want to exit, you just put this one is not finished yet. So it's there to the outside to create this one to exit the system. So in here is there exit the system when users finish operation. So when you want to exit, that means you want to stop the app, right? So our app is controlled by the while loop, so we have to exit the while loop. We use the break statement. So in here we just say if exit this one equal 0. This means break. To exit the while loop, we just use the break statement. Okay, so now when this one 0 is mean we exit, and you see that the first value or the initial value of the system will be 1, right? Because when we put 1, this means that we continue to operate the system. But when we change the value to be 0, this means we want to stop the program. So we use app loop on off. So now we seem to be complete for the number 2 or case 2. So the next we are going to create the default number or So the default number is mean that when the user put the number that is not number 1 or number 2, we have to tell the user to put it again. So we use console.read like in here, and we say try again, like this, try again, this one, and then we say console.write, and in here we say please enter the number, please enter the number 1 or 2 only, like this. So after that we have to enter new line, so just put select n, this. So now our program seems to be complete. Okay, let's check our program again. So we have no error, right? So let's run our program to see what will happen. So just Ctrl F5 on the keyboard. So now you see that our running result will be like this. So that you see the detail. So it says vector calculation app and enter the following number. And the number 1 vector calculation, number 2 is this. So now I want to create do vector calculation, so I put the number 1. So it say enter the vector number. For example, I want to 7. So now you see that the vector offset will be 5040 like this. And again I want to number 1, for example 13. So you see that the vector of 13 will be this number. And if I want to exist, I will put the number 2, and the program will ask me that do you want to exist the system. If I say no, go enter, and the program will come back for the calculation. But in here I put the number 2 again, and I say yes. So the program will be exist the system. This program is about draw pyramid. So the program say enter the following number: 1 draw pyramid, 2 exist. So when I want to draw the pyramid, I put the number 1 and say draw pyramid, enter value for height. For example, I put 9. So if you draw the pyramid like this, and again 1 and 18, so you'll be the bigger pyramid. So when we want to exist the program, I just put the number 2. So the program asks me that yes or no. So I just put no. And when I put 2 again and put yes, so the program will end, as you see in here. In the script, we are going to create the pyramid pattern in C# programming about console application. So to do that, the first we are going to declare the variable that we will use in the program. So in here, to do that, we have to define the h mean the height of the pyramid, right? So we have a height of the p Ramit. And the next about OPT option for choosing the kind of operation. This means that the menu for the user, and we have the ESIS system, ESIS the system when user finish operation. So we have about this. So the next view declare. So declare the integer h and opt option, and the last one is this system. This one equal 1. That is. So the next we are going to create the app wrap. So we have to create like this app start like this. So for the app we have to use the while loop. So I just write this while loop. Okay, so in here we say and app start this one, and inside the while loop we write the detail about the program. So the first we will show the message to the user. So I say console dot write in here, and I say draw p Ramit like this. And the next we are going to say console right this one, and it say enter the following number, and then console dot in here we say run. What does this mean? For number one, this means we draw pyramid, and console dot write. Number two, we just have the two menu. Number two, we exist the app like this. So when you ask the user to put the value, you have to declare the variable to get the value. So in here we will use the option to get the value, convert to int32, and in here we have used console dot read line, this one, So after that, we have to separate that value, right? So I will use the switch, this one, and okay. So here we say option for choosing the kind of operation, and here we say and copy this one, you copy this one to paste. So this section is about the operation. So we have the case number 1 and break, that is. So for the case number 1, we'll talk about draw pyramid, right? Draw pyramid, that is. And now we have the case number 2, and we have the break, that is. For the case number 2, we also have exist, right? Exist the system when user finish operation. And then we have the third one for the default case and break, like this. For the default case, we'll talk about tell the user, right? Tell user to input number 1 or 2 only, that is. So now we are going to create the first one. So to do this, we have to ask the user, right? So it's a console.write in here. Say draw pyramid, and then we say we ask the user to input the height of the pyramid. Console.write, enter value for height, right? And in here we use this one. So after that, we will declare the value variable to get the value. So we already have hash, right? So hash convert to int32 and console dot read line, like this. So after we get the value, we will create a method to create a pattern for the pyramid. So for example, that I create the method called draw pyramid, right? Let's say draw pyramid in here, and I put H in here like this. So now you see that we have the method, right? Draw pyramid. It has the error because we haven't created the detail of the method yet. So it will be like this. So the next we are going to create the detail of the draw pyramid. So we go outside the main method, and in here I will create a static and void. We say draw pyramid like this. And we create in H. Okay. So here I say and draw pyramid method like this. And now inside in here we have to create, and we will use the for loop to create. So the first, let's say for and in I equal 1 and I is less than or equal H, and here I plus like this. So next we are going to create the space for in J equal I, and then J less than or equal H is the height, right, and J plus like this. In here we just create the special console dot right, this one just create this one. So the next we will create about the pattern by using the start. So say for and say in K equal 1 and K less than or equal to multiply I, right, and minus 1 and K plus like this. But in here we just console dot write. So inside here we say start right and plus like this. So after that, in the new line, console dot write like this. So what we do in here, control the law, right? Control the number of our law. Control the number of laws for the pyramid, right? For the pyramid, and the next, you have to print the space. So print space before start printing like this. And the next, this one we say print start. Print start to create the pyramid, right? Pyramid. And the next, this one, enter a new line to create the next. Enter a new line to print the next pattern of pyramid. Okay. So in here we say and just copy this one. Is control the number of law, or just mean that the height of the pyramid, right? So now we complete the method draw pyramid. So we are going to see inside the main method, and you see that the method here, right, we have no error now, so that means it's okay. So I just comment in here that call the method, to create the pyramid, right? Pyramid. And So the case 1 is finished, so we are going to create the number 2. So the number 2, when the user exits the system, so we say console dot write and do you want to exit the system? We ask the user that do you want to exit the system, and console dot write. Here they are. Yes or no. That is. And now we declare the variable to get a value. So string, this one, yes or no equal console dot read line, like this. Okay, so after that we have to separate that value is yes or no. So I will use the if statement. If yes or no equal yes, so we will stop the program. So we change the variable EC system to be 0. Right, 0 is mean stop. So after that we just console dot write. We enter a new line like this. And this one I say enter a new line to show the main menu, right? That is. So when we want to exit the program, that means we have to stop the while loop. So we have to do this outside here. If exit this one equal 0, right? So we say break. If we break, this means we exit the while loop for the app. So I say exit the system when user finish operation, like this. Okay, so now since we finished for the case number 2, and we have to create the case number 3, or the default number. The default number is mean that we will tell the user to input the number 1 or 2 only. That means, for example, that the user put the number that is not 1 or 2, such as 3, 4, 5 or -2, like this. So we have to say console dot write. Let's say try again, like this. Try again, and then console dot say please enter number 1 or 2 only, like this. and then we enter new line. So now it seems that we complete for the program. So now we check that it has error or not. So it seems that it has no error. And for this one, you just put here control console dot this one. Just say enter a new line to show main menu. So let's run our program by press Ctrl F5 on the keyboard. So now you see that the running result will be like this. So we just this. So the program say draw pyramid F, enter the following number. 1 draw pyramid, 2 exists. So when I want to draw, I put 1. So it said draw pyramid, enter the value for height. For example, I put 9. So you draw the pyramid like this for me. So the next, if I want to draw again and I put 18 like this. So you see that the pyramid is bigger, right? And again, and I put 22. So the pyramid is even bigger. So now I want to receive. I put the number 2. The program say, do you want to exit the system? Yes or no? For example, I put no. So the program will continue to draw the pyramid. So that's why it show the menu, right? So I put the number 2 again. And now this time I put yes. So now the program will be in quadratic equation solving app. Enter the following number. 1 solving equation, 2 exit. For example, I put the number 1 and it's the enter a value of a. For example, I put 1. It's the enter the value of b. I put -5. And it's the enter the value of c. So I put 6. So now the program will calculate the equation for me automatically. So you see that the equation will be x power -5x plus 6 equals 0. And in this case, you see that the discriminant is greater than 0. So it have 2 root. And the first one will be 3. And the second one will be 2, like this. So the next, if I want to calculate again, 1 minus 4 and 4. So now you see that in this case it say the current equation x power minus 4x plus 4 equals 0. And after the calculate discriminant, the value will be 0. So since discriminant is 0, there is 1 dual root, so it calculates to be 1, 2. So example, I put 1 again, and I will put that 1, 2, 5. So you see that it say the current equation x power plus 2x plus 5 equals 0, and calculate the discriminant. Use this formula, and the value of discriminant is minus 16, which is less than 0. So it says sin less than 0, they are complex loops. So our complex loops will be this and this one. And after that, if I put the number 2, the program will ask me, do you want to exit the system? If I say no, then I put 10, the program will continue. But if I put 2 and I say yes, the program will exit the system. In this video clip, I will show you how to create the quadratic equation solving app. So to do that, the first I will write in the command for the about the variable that will be used in the program. So the first we have the OTP, and this one will be the option to choose. Be option to choose the kind of operation, and next we'll use the exist system. This variable we'll use when to exist system when user finish operation. So now we will declare. So we declare integer OTP, and then we declare exist system. This one we declare with the initial value for 1. This. So the next is about the app section. So we write app start like this. And for the app section, we'll use the while loops. So I say while like this, and this one inside here I will write about true like this, and in here I will say and app start like this. So in this app is about calculate quadratic equation. So inside the while loop we will write the detail of the app. So inside that we will show the message to the user. So I write console dot write, and here we say and quadratic equation solving app, for example. So this is about the first message. And the second message, we talk about this. It say enter the following number. Enter the following number. This means that we ask the user to put the number or the menu that they want to operate. Console. So we have the first number for number 1. The one we say solve quadratic equation. Solve quadratic equation. And number 2, what is about exist. This program we just have the 2 options. 1 for solve the equation, and then number 2, when you finish the equation solving, you can exit the program. So you put the number 2. So after we show the method, we have to declare the variable to get the value from the user. So in here we use the OPT, right? OPT, this one. So we convert to int2 and console dot read line like this. So after we get the value, we have to separate, right, that 1 or 2. So in this case, I will use the switch by right here the Kai menu. The Kai menu to make operation, and this section I will use the switch. So I say switch and OPT option. So let's say, and just copy this one and paste this. So after that we write the detail, and for the detail we have the case 1, right? Case 1, and we say break. So the case 1 we will talk about solving quadratic equation, right? So just write solving quadratic equation like this. And we go to next for the number 2. So the case number 2 is a case 2, and we also have break like this. So the case number 2 we say that exist the system when user finish operation. And for the case, we don't have the case number 2, but the last one we had a default, right? So I say default this. So the case default we also have the break, this one, And for the default, we just ask the user to put the number 1 or number 2 only, right? So this needs to tell user to input number 1 or 2 only, like this. So now we are going to create a detail for the case number 1. Case number 1, I just click here. For the case number 1, we will create a method for equation solving. So for example, that I created a method called solve quadratic equation, for example, like this, and just write this, and I comment that call the method this one, call the method, just copy this one, call the method solve equation quadratic, call this one for quadratic equation solving, for quadratic equation solving like this. And after that, I just want to enter new line, so I just say this one, just comment new line, this. So you see that this one has the red underlined because we haven't created this the detail of this method yet, so you have something like this, and I will create that later, but we go to for the number 2 or the case number 2 about the system. So when the user put the number 2, so it will go into the case 2. So in that we will have the detail that to ask the user that do you want to exist the system? Do you want to exist the system? For example, we confirm to the user that whether you want to exist or not. So after that, we'll ask the user to put for example, yes or no, like this, question mark. And it is, I don't want to enter a new line, so I delete this one. So after you ask the user to put yes or no, you have to declare the variable to get the value. So for example, in here I say string yes or no, get this value. So I just say console dot read line, like this. And after you get a value, you have to separate, right, that is yes or no. So I use the if statement, if yes or no, this one yes, that is. if the value we get from the user is yes, that means we have to stop the program. So we use the variable is this one, we change this value to be 0. And to rewrite about this section, we have to create the if outside, right? We say this one about switch, right? This one about, so we say outside in here. So if is system equals 0, right? This means we will break the while loop, right? So to stop, we have to break the while loop. So I use this one. So in this, we comment that stop the program. Is the system when user finish operation, like this. So this is about the case number 2. The next, we are going to create detail about the default. Default, we just tell the user to input the number 2 or number 1 only. So we have to show some message console dot write this, and here we say try again, and we say console dot write, and here we put please enter the number, please enter the number 1 or 2 only, like this. And then I want to enter, so I just choose set end like this. So now we complete for the default case number 2, but the case number 1 we are not finished yet because we haven't created the detail of the method solve quadratic equation. So from now we are going to create the detail of this. So to do that, we go outside the main method, this one. Go outside and we'll create about the detail of this equation. So we say static and void, and we say solve, right? If we write the name solve quadratic equation, like this. And in here we do like this, right? So now you see that the number 1, right? You see that this one, but this method no error because we create this method table, right? So now we just going to create about the detail. So the first we write some comment in here to make other people understand. So say the quadratic equation, right? The quadratic equation, and the quadratic equation will have the form like this: a x, right, and power, right, 2 and plus b x plus c equal 0, right? And in here you see that we will have a there. A is not, right? It's not 0, or it's different 0, and so that means we have 3 variable, right? A, B, C, and we use this one equal. We use this value to build equation string, right? So I say build equation string with proper size this. So now we declare for the ABC, we will declare to be double A, B, C, like this, and we will string this one equal this one will declare with 0, like this, or nothing inside that. So after that, we will ask the user to input ABC, right, and the program will automatically calculate the solution. So the next session is about input values, right? So it's an input value for A, for example, for A like this. So to do that, and as you know that A is not 0, so we have, when the user puts 0, we have to ask back for user that please put the number that is not 0. So to do that, to repeat or to ask back, we have to use the while loop. So to do that, I will use the while loop. Right. And you just write n input value for A, like this. And now we are going to create the detail. So to do that, we ask the user to input. So I say console right, say enter value of A, enter value of A, that is, and after that we have to get the value from the user. So I say a equal convert dot to double like this, and we say console dot read line this one. So now we get the value, and then we have to separate the value that 0 or is not. So I say if we use if statement, a equal 0, then we will say console dot write. We say try again, and then we say console dot write that the value of a cannot be 0. The value of a cannot be 0 like this. So, and after that you ask else a equal 1, then we show the equation to be like this, to be nothing, right? So it's equal, this one should be like this, dollar and x power 2 like this. So it means that when the a is 1, that you don't show 1 with x, but if for example 2 or 3, we show that 2x 3x like this. But in the case number 1, we don't show. And we also have the similarity like this case for the value -1. So we say else if again a equal -1, case like this. In the case like this, we will show there's a minus that. So equal plus and we show minus x square 2 or power 2 like this. This means we don't show -1x, we just show minus x power 2 like this. And in the case that it's not -1, it's not 1, and it's not 0, that means we will use for the else like this. So in the case like that, we say eq plus equal total, and inside in here we say a like this, and then we have x and power 2 like this one. And for the condition that is not 0, we have to break the while loop. So I will put in here break. We have to break, which means that we will go to the next to input the b value. So we have to break. In the case that is break, and this one also break, because we will stop the while loop. But if for the case 0, we don't break, because we will ask back to the user to input again. So we don't break, so we still in the while loop in here. So after that, we will go for input values for b. So now we go next for input value for b, right? And for b, we say b can be any value, right? Even 0. Console dot write. Let me just say enter value of b, enter value of b, that is. So I don't want to enter new line, so minus this one. So after that, we have to declare the variable to get the value. So we say b equal convert dot to double, and in here we say console dot read line, like this. And after that, we have to separate, right? In the case that b is different 0 or is 0, so I will use the if statement. If b is not 0, then the equation will be eq plus equal, and in here we will open this one. So if b is greater than 0, this has to work like this, then will be like plus, right, b like this. This means that we show the value of b to the console like this, and then we plus by x like this, and then we say otherwise we have this one minus like this, and we say we use the map dot a absolute, right? Absolute for b. We use the map function to show that. And after that, x, it means that when the value of b is minus, we use absolute for the value of b, and then we plus the sign minus, and followed by the x like this. So we end this one, and then we will consider for for the input values for C. So we say input value for C, that is. So this also similar to B, so we say ask the user to put console write this one, enter value of C, enter value of C, like this. And after that we use the variable C to get the value, convert to double console dot read line, like this one. Okay, so from now we have to consider that the value of B of C is 0 or not. So I also use the if statement. If C is not 0, then we have the equation, our equation to be this. C greater than 0 as this, and you say plus C, like this, and otherwise we have minus, and here we say math, use the math dot absolute, and say C, like this. It means that when we will consider that C 0 or not, right? So when it's not 0, it should be greater than 0 or less than 0. So when greater, we just plus C, but when less than 0, we have to put the sign of minus. So we will do this, and after that we will have the equation. EQ have to plus the sign for equal 0. This. So now is the time we complete for to get the value for A, B, C. So now is the time that we have to show the equation to the console. So next I will say show the equation, right? Show the equation to the console. So in here, to do that, we'll use the console dot write this one, and in here we say use this one, the equation, the quadratic equation, the quadratic equation. Just say this one equal like this, and then you want to enter new line, so just select N. So now it's about to show the equation. So the next video to calculate. So to do that, we will have the calculate the discriminant. So I just say discriminant. So you have to show that console dot write this one. Calculate discriminant. Calculate discriminant. And you know that D stands for discriminant equal B power and minus 4 AC like this. So after that we do calculate console dot write in here. You say D or discriminant equal in here we have to put this one and B B and then power and then minus 4 multiply A and multiply C like this. So after that, just end by semicolon. So the next video, this one we just show to the console. So we have to calculate. So to calculate, we use this one. We say double and we say discriminant equal B multiply B minus 4 multiply A multiply C should be like this, right? So after that, we show that console dot write Here we use total. We have D equal. Here you have B multiply B like this, and then we have minus, right, minus 4 multiply A multiply C like this. And after that, we show the calculation result. Console drop right. Show that D equal, say inside here, discriminant, that is. Okay. So after we get the value for discriminant, we have to solve for x1 and x2, right? So that we have to separate by using the if statement. For example, in here I use which say solve for x if this one discriminant greater than 0. If greater than 0, this means we have the true solution. So we say console dot write, and in here we say sin discriminant is greater than 0, right? Sin discriminant is, this just say is greater than 0. There are two new roots. There are two new roots like this. So we solve that for the numerator. So I say double numerator 1. I have numerator 1. This equal minus b, right, and plus math the square, math dot square, this one, and in here we use like this discriminant like this, and the similar to this, I just copy this one to calculate the numerator number 2. Just change the b to like this, and this one should be minus. Okay. So after that, we have to calculate the denominator. So we say double numerator. We have to denominator. So this one, and 2 multiply a this. So after that, we have to show, right? So after that, we have to show that console dot write this, and in here we have to write for x1. This means that we calculate the solution for x1. And then we say console dot write in here, use this one. So here we say x1, right? x1 equal, and minus, right, b, like this. Then plus square root, right? Square root for this criminal. And then divide by 2 multiply a, like this. So the next we will do the calculation. Console dot write in here. So inside here we say x1 equal this one, right? Minus b, and then plus math square dot square root this criminal and after that we this one and divide by denominator denominator like this, right? But you see, we still have the error about this. So what happened here? Say minus b plus math dot square and discriminant. Oh, this should be this one, right? So to do that, you have to put this one and this one. Just only this way. Then and by denominator, right? Okay, this is all correct. So we go the next for x1 console to right and here. So x1 equal numerator 1. Numerator 1 and divide numerator 2. Maybe this one is not correct. I think it should be denominator, right? Okay, so we add this. So after that, we go for console dot right and here x1 equal numerator 1, right? Multiply the denominator. This one we don't show, we just calculate, so we don't use the other Sibun. So we just okay. So after that, we solve for the x2. X2 is very similar. So we just copy this one. We just change something. Just change a little bit. So I just copy this one and I post here. So I change for to be 2 and this one 2 2 2 2, but we had to change this one to be minus. Okay, so this one to be minus. And what else? We have to change the numerator, right? This one to be number 2, and this one to be number 2, like this. Okay, so now we finish for x1 and x2. So the next we will consider for discriminant equal 0. So say L if discriminant equals 0. In the case equals 0 is mean that we have one solution. So I say console dot write this one. I say sin d equal 0. There is one new root. There is one new root. There is one new root like this. And after that, I show that new just show double. Oh, this one. Numerator equal minus b and double denominator equal 2 multiply a, and then you show the console write this one. We show daughter x equal minus b and then divide by 2 multiply a, this one like this. So we say console dot write this one x equal minus, say here numerator, right? And this one to be denominator. Okay, so after that, console dot write in here, say x equal. Now we just do the calculations with numerator denominator like this. So the next we consider in the case that less is not 0 and is greater than 0. So next we calculate about else, right? Else in L case. For the L case, we have the discriminant less than 0, right? So I say consist, so right, sin d 0. They are complex roots. They are complex root. So to do that, we say double and we say leopard equal minus b dy by 2 multiply a like this. Okay, so the next we say double and image part equal math dot square that is minus discriminant and dy by 2 multiply a like this, and after that we show the value. So we use console right this. In here we say x1 equal say the real part, right, and plus image import like this. And similar, I just copy this one for the loop number 2. Change the v minus y. So now we complete for the complex loop and the real loop. So now this means that we end. So now we just copy this one. Copy this one and we say in here for n. So for x. So now let's run our program to see what will happen. So just Control F4 on the keyboard. So now you see that we have the run result like this. So it's a quadratic equation. So we add and say enter the following number. So number 1 say solve quadratic equation, and number 2 for exit the program. So to test that, I just put the number 1 like this. And for example, I put 2 and minus 9 and 11. So you see that say the control equation, that is 1, right? And we say calculate discriminant. Use this formula. After that, we do the calculation like this. So you see that in this case, the discriminant is less than 0. So it say since discriminant is less than 0, they are complex loops, right? So the first one will be this, and the second one will be this one. So the next, for example, I want to calculate this. I just put 1 and minus 12 plus 4 like this. So when I put 1 minus 12 and 4, that my equation will be like this one: x power minus 12x plus 4 equals 0. So then we calculate the discriminant, and you see that the discriminant is 128, which is greater than 0. So we say since d is greater than 0, there are two roots. So for the x1, we have to be like this, to this one, right? And for the x2, to be this one, the calculation. So after that, if so this is about the question calculation. So if you test the function number 2, first I put 2. We can say, do you want to exit the system? I say no. So you come back again. So I put the number 2 again. I put yes. Then the program will end like this. For example, I try number 1, right? 22.2 plus 3.3, this one, right? So the next one to subtract, choose number 2.6.5, that is, and when I want to multiply, just the number 3. Right, this one. So I want to division. I choose the number 4. For example, I choose 66.5 for 22, like this. So you build this. So after that, I want to exit the system. I choose the number 5. So now the program will ask me that, do you want to exit the system? For example, I just, so it will be back to this one, right? So I choose the number 5 again, and we ask yes or no. So I put yes. The first, we have to define the variable to use in the program for basic calculator. So in this session, I will write in the comment. So to comment in the C# we will use like this. And for the first thing, I will define. So you write the variable to use in the program of basic calculator. So in this, I will define. So for the basic calculator, we will have the adding, right, subtracting, and multiply and division, right? So we have 4 kind of calculation. So and every time we have 2 number, right, we have to do. So I will say the first value. So the first value we just do this. First value, and the next we have the second value, right? Second value, second value, right? And so after that we will have the result of calculation, right? So in the case like this, I just write the result like this, and I will write result, and in this one result of calculation like this. And the next I will write the option. So in here we have to write this one option, and because why we use the option, because when we have to choose, right, that we want adding or subtracting, that so we have to use the option. So in here we write option, and we write inside here we write to choose kind of calculation. So here we write to choose kind of calculation. So such just adding, right, or and multiply, and so on, like this. And for the next when we want to exit the system, right, or when we want to close the program, you have to use another variable. So in this case I will write the exit system, exit system. You can say that, right, exit system. So in here we will write if we use the while loop, we should to exit our while loop and stop the program. To exit while loop and stop the program. This means that when you want to close the system or you want to close the program, right? So we will use something like this. And now we have to declare our variable. So in here I will declare a double for the number, right? Double for the first number, first value, and second value, and result of calculation, like this. And next for the option, I have to declare an integer. I have to declare an integer option, like this. And for the exit the system, I also write in integer. I write the exit system. So I declare with the initial value 0. So we put that for 0 when for stop, right? So 1 for on, something like this. So now when we have the declare our variable, so the next we will use the while loop, right? While loop. So while loop. So in here we will use true for non-stop, and inside the while loop we use this. So in here I can write in while loop like this. So inside while loop we have to write something, right, to explain our program. So use a console dot write this, and in here I will write basic calculator, basic calculator like this, because this is our basic calculator. So, and in the next I will write the message for the user to choose the kind of calculation. So I also use this one. Dot write this, and I will tell the user to choose. So right, please choose the following number. So right, please choose the following number like this. And so I have to show the number, right? So in here I will write console to show the number. In here I will choose to write this one, and inside here I will write, for example, number 1, right? Just the number 1. The number when for calculate app like this. And the similar, I will write the second for subtract. So console dot write, and here inside will write number 2 subtract. And the number 3 here we will write number 3 will be multiply, and the last one will be division. Console and dot write. In here will be the number 4. The number 4 will be division, right? And so for the number 5 for exit the system, console number 5 for exit. Exit here doesn't mean when we want to stop our program. So choose the number 5. So in here, after that I had to use the variable to receive the value, right? So in the cat I will choose the option, right? Use this one, option equal convert dot to in 32, and inside here I will write console dot read line like this function, this, and after that we have to use after we receive the value, so we have to compare the value, right? So in the next we will use the switch this one. So inside here I will write all option, this one, like this. So in here we will have to write the case for each one. So the first one we write for add, and we write a case like this. So write 1, this, and for so after we enter for the calculation, we have to tell the user, right, to put the number. So we have to show the message console dot write, and inside here we have to tell enter the first value, right? Enter the first value like this, and after that we have to receive, right? We have to receive the value. So the first value we use F1 like this, like first value. This value we receive, so we write convert dot to double this, and inside we write console dot read write, right? Console dot read line like this. So that means we receive the first value to save in the memory of FV. So after that we have to tell the user to input the second value, right? So we have to use console, this one again, and in here we can enter the second value, enter the second value. So when we tell that, we have to use the variable second, this one, and equal convert to double, and console dot read line is the same. So now we receive the second value to save in the memory of variable SV. So after that we have to calculate. So for adding, we have to choose this one. Adding we use the result, right? Result, this one should equal our first value, right, plus second value, like this way. So after that we display. But here I want to enter, right, console dot right. I use this one, and after that I will show the result. So in here we use console dot write this one, and inside here use plus and equal this one. That's why I choose 1 0, and this one 1 and 2 on. So the first value right, then second value, then result like this. So we show this one to the, so this will show. So after that I want to insert the new line, so I can use a console dot write this one, insert the new line, and after that I want to write something, write console dot write like this, and inside here I will write something. For example, I put this one to be to make is beautiful, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13, and I will use 1 2 3, and the next one I will copy these two to make is easier pass this. So now we have one. So the next review, use the break, right? Break for this one. So now we have this one. So let's try to run. So for example, I want to run a Control F1 on the keyboard. Okay. Right. So you will see that this one like this. So it is not good, right? This one is not good. So I have to make another. So I have to make another. Maybe I have to change this one. Like this. This one. Like this. Right. So now let's run again. Go to F5. Okay, you see, right? So now it's beautiful, right? So for example, that I want to add, right? I choose there number 1 like this, and enter, right? So now the program tell me to put the first value. For example, I put 22 and 33 like this, and enter, right? So you'll see that the result will be like this. The result will be like this. So this one is correct, but our program is not finished yet. So when I put the another number is, if you not, so I will to close this one. So now this means that our program for the adding is complete, so I will copy this one to do another, because it's similar. So I will choose this one to do for the second. So in here I will add up to be the second case is be subtract, right? So it should be subtract. So change the number to be number 2, and I tell them to do that. And here I just change this one to be minus. And now you have to change this one to be minus. Right. So the number 3 will be multiplied, right? So I just passed another one, this one to be the number 3. Number 3 is for multiply, right? So I change here to be multiply, and change this number to be number 3. And I just change this one to be multiply, change this one to be multiply, like this. And now I still have the number 4, right? Number 4 for division. So I copy another to be here. This one I change this to be division like this, and change the number to be number 4, right? Number 4. So for the division, I have to change this to be division, and this one should change this one too, right? So I have the case. And now for the number 5 for exceed the system, right? So I have to change this one. Number 5 for this one for exceed the system. The case will be number 5. And for the exceed, I just change the value. So to exceed the while loop, right? To exceed the while loop, I have to use the break. So we can use the break. And for example, in here, I will choose this one to be, I use the whatever exceed, right? Exceed system, this one. So I change the value here to be 1, like this. Should be 1. But outside, right? So outside, this one for and switch, right? This one for and switch. This one and switch. So outside the switch, I will change to be if this one exceed, if this one equal to 1, this means we will break you display to is need to exceed, right? Exceed the while loop and stop the program. This one we use to be like this. So okay, so we use one, and for example that I want to use another, we have to use the default case. And why we use the default case? Because example that the user put the number, another number, for example 6, 7, right, 8, 19. In that one you should tell the user to put only 1 to 5, right? So the case like this, if you use the default, and in this case we show the message to the user that the user should put the number only 1 to 5. So we use the console dot write this one, and in here we just please enter the number, please enter the number 1 to 5 only, 1 to 5 only. This if user put 0 or another number that is not in between 1 to 5, so if the program will go to the default, right? So that case you tell the user like that. And in the case like this, I can use this one, I can copy this one, I can use this one to be under passing here, right, to be the same like this. So when this complete, so now we will try to run our program. So let's run again to F. So now we are running our program, but we have to wait because it takes a little bit the time to run the program. Okay, so now you see that our program is open. So to see more, I will put to be in. For example, I want to add 1, that is enter. So 2, 3, 5, right? So the next I will go to number 2 for subtract. For example 33, 22, like this, right? So now you see that this one is correct, right? This one is correct. So that means our calculation is correct. So the next we'll put number 3, right? For multiply this one, for example 2 plus 33, that is. So this one also correct, right? This one, this means okay. So for the division, I will put the number 4 like this, and for example 12, 3, this. So this one is also correct. Okay, so now I want to see the system. I want to stop our program and put number 5 like this. So now we just press so now you see that is easy the system, so just enter like this. For example that I want to ask the convert I can use in the this one. For example, that I want to use to convert, so I have to write this one console to write this one, and inside here I will write do you want to exit the system? Do you want to exit the system? You ask the user like this, and after that you have to let him choose something, right? So you will write the next to be our console, right, like this, and in here you say yes or no, like this, to let the user choose yes or no to input. So in here, for example, I just I don't want to in the new line use this one, yes or no, and then I do this one. And for then that you have to declare a variable to receive the value, right? So in this case, we use the character or string, so we have to use the string, right? So I will use that string yes or no, like this, equal console dot read line like this one. So after that you have to use if statement to separate that if yes or no. So you use if this one, and you want to know that we should do this one equal yes this one. So when it equals yes, you use this one, and for another we don't care, so just choose this one to be like this. For another one, this means the value of the variable is existent, no need to change, right? So we just write this. So now let's run our program again. Control F5 on the keyboard. So now let's see what will happen when we run our program. So it takes a little bit time. Okay, so now our program will be like this. So now let's run our program. For example, I try number 1, right? 22.2 plus 3.3, this one, right? So the next I want to subtract, choose number 2.6.5 like this. And when I want to multiply, just the number 3, right, this one. So I want to division, I choose the number 4, For example, I choose 66.5 for 22, like this. So we build this. So after that, I want to exit the system. I choose the number 5. So now the program will ask me that, do you want to exit the system? For example, I just, so it will be back to this one, right? So I choose the number 5 again, and we ask yes or no. So I put yes. So program will end like this. If I want to calculate the area of triangle, I put number 1, and the program will say that enter the base of triangle, for example 3.3, and enter height of the triangle 22.2. So if you automatically calculate area of triangle, and the next is I want to create the height of triangle, put number 2, and it says in the base of triangle, for example in the area of triangle, for example 55.66. So it's the height of triangle. I want to exit, put number 5. So the program asked me that, do you want to exit the system? For example, I say no. So you come back here and enter 5. The program asks me again, do you want to exit the system? Yes. So the program is end. In this script, I will show you how to create the program for triangle calculation. So to do that, the first I will declare the variable to use in this program. So the first I will declare the variable in the comment first. So as you know, the triangle, they have the side of the triangle, right? So for example, I put A is the side of triangle, and then we have B. B is also the side, but I just, for example, I put here to be a base, right? Base of triangle. And C also be the side of triangle. And then we have the height, right? So I define the H is the height of triangle. And then we have the P. P is the perimeter, right? P is the perimeter of triangle. And then we have A. A is the area, right? Area of triangle. And then we have the formula, right? The formula for area of triangle, we have the area is equal with the base, right? The base of triangle multiply the height, right? The height of triangle, and then divide by 2. This is about the area. And for the parameter, we have that parameter is equal for the both sides, right? So a plus b and plus c, like this. So in our program, we have to choose the kind of calculation, right? So the option we use OPT. This stands for option, and this option. And why we use this variable? This means that to choose kind of calculation, to choose kind of calculation. For example, such as area or side, and so on, like this. And the next, when you want to close or exit the program, we use the variable exit system is from exit the system. Exit the system. This means that to stop the program, right? To stop the program. So this is about the variables that we will use in our program. So in here, after we declare in the comment, then we will declare to use in our program. So we will declare the type of data. We have the integer, right? Integer for option, and we will have the exit this program or stop the program. This we have the initial value, for example 0, and then we have the data type will be double for the size and area, right? So we have A, B, C, because that are the size and height is the height, and we have P for the parameter, and the last one will be A for the area. Okay, so after that we will use the while loop for our program. So in here I will write the while loop. So in here we will write this to be the true, and here we will write in while loop. You comment like this, and inside the while loop we will use we will calculate, right? We calculate and show the message. So the first for example, that we have to show that what is about this program, right? So first we use the console to write this to show the message. For example, we write triangle calculation, triangle calculation. This is about our program, and after that we want to show we let our user choose the number. So we use console dot right, and in here we'll write please enter the following number. Please enter the following number, like this. So after that, we have to create the menu. After we have to create the menu, so in here we write console to right, and inside here we write something. For example, we have menu number 1 for area calculation, right? Area calculation. For example, if you want to calculate the area, you should choose the number 1, right? So the next console, and the number 2, you choose about the high calculation. If you want to calculate the height of triangle, you have to choose the number 2 and console right. And for the number 3, you calculate perimeter calculation. And the number 4, for the number 4, we will calculate about the side, right? So your side calculation, and then we have to, after that we exit, right? So console to right. In here, the number 5, when you want to exit, you put a number 5. So you exit like this. So this is about the method that we want to show to the user who are using our program to know that what you have to do. So after they put the data to our program, so we have to declare the variable to receive the value. So we already have option, right? Option is the choose kind of calculation. So we just write this variable. We just write this variable, and to get, we use the convert dot. The number is about the integer, right? We get a number for integer, not float or double. Console dot read line, like this. So we get it. So after that, we have to separate calculation, right? So to separate the calculation, we use the switch statement. Switch. So inside we write our opt, like this. This is about our variable, and we have like this. So in here we'll write n switch, right? and switch. So after that, we use the case by case number 1, right? And here we should write our break, that is. And for this, we calculate for the number 1, we will calculate about the area, right? So we will show the message that area calculation. So console the right, and we write this area calculation to make the user know that what the program is doing. So to calculate the area of the anchor, you have to know the base and the height, right? So you have to ask the user to put the value of the base. So console, right, and in here, right, in the base of triangle, right, in the base of triangle. For example, that we don't want to go to the new line, I just only write this. So when they enter, you have to declare the variable to get the value. So for the base is b, right? B is about the base. So this one we go to for convert dot to double and console dot read line. So we get the value. So after that, we will ask again. We ask again for the height. So we just copy the first one. Just copy this one and paste here. So in here we will change here to be high, right? In the height of triangle and change to be h, because height we use the h variable. And after that we will calculate. So when we calculate, we have to use the formula as the previous explanation. So in here A is the area, right? So area equal B, right, multiply h, then divided by 2, like this. So after complete the area calculation, we have to show to the user, because we use the console dot write, and here we say that area of triangle, right? Area of triangle, and in here is 0, outside UV A, that is. And to make more understand, we will use comment here. Your comment here for calculate area, right? Calculate area of three angle. And to do that, for example, after that I want to go to a new line, right? So I can use console dot write this one. This one is just new line. It just depends to you. You can use or cannot. But when you want to create a beautiful or to easy to watch when it's displayed to the console, you just do the new line like this. So after that, for example, that I want to end by some mark, I can use in here for like this. You can put the mark like this. And like this. And you can use this one, copy this one, and put in here, right? So we complete for about area calculation. So just try to run a program to see what will be the result. Control F5 on the keyboard. Okay, now is the result of our program running. So you see that if you have the like this, so the first is say triangle calculation. So say please enter the following number: 1 area calculation, 2 height calculation, 3 perimeter calculation, and number 4 side calculation, and last one number 5 for easy. But for the number 2 to number 5 we haven't finished yet, so we just put for the number 1, right? So just put 1 and press enter. So when you enter, we say that area calculation, and the program say enter base of triangle. So for example, I have the base for 22.5 centimeter, and it's enter the height of triangle. So for example, I have about 11.3. So it showed that automatic, and area of triangle, so right, 127.125 square meter, something like this. And we will continue like this, right? So so the next we will create the program to calculate for the number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. So now we just close this one and continue for the number 2, right? So now we have this one, and to do that we just copy for the case number 1. Just copy this one, just copy the case number 1 and push here, paste it here, and we'll change this to be number 2, that is. And for the number 2, you see that what calculation, high calculation. So we just change this one, high calculation, and you can comment in here, right? You can comment in here to make other people to more easy understand, can write high calculation like this, and here you just write it to be area calculation like this. So when the high calculation, you see that here calculation, for the high calculation you have to push the base, right? So the base into the base of triangle. This one we use only this one, and after that, to calculate the height, you have to change, you have to put the area there, you have to know the area. So in here you have say the user to put area, so here enter area or triangle, and for area it should be A, right? You use A, and this formula we have to change. You change this formula because the height is equal, and that is you have 2 multiply A and divide by B. B is the base, right? B is the base of triangle. So we change, and we change this one, calculate height of triangle. So now we just change here height of triangle to be this, change this one to be H like this. Okay, so we finished for high calculation. So the next we will see the number 3 for perimeter calculation, right? So we copy and paste next. This is the number 3. Number 3, change this to be number 3. Number 3 is about the perimeter, right? Perimeter calculation. So we change this one. You can comment here. Perimeter calculation like this, and perimeter calculation. For the perimeter calculation, you need to know all the side, right? So you just tell the user to put the value of base, right? And then will be the value of, you can change to be here to be for example, I changed this to be first side, right? In the first side of triangle. And for example, I changed this one to be A like this. And the next I will I will tell the user to put for the second side. So enter second side of triangle. For the second, I change here to be B like this. And for the third, I will copy this one. Copy this one and paste here. So this I will change it to be C for the third, and I say enter third side of triangle. So after that, we have to change this formula because this is not the formula for perimeter. parameter is p, right? So p equal a plus b plus c, like this. And in here I change this to be calculate perimeter of triangle. So after that I just change this one perimeter of triangle, and this one to be p, like this. And now we complete for the perimeter calculation. And let's see what is the number 4. Number 4 is about the side, right? Side of calculation. Side calculation, so we just copy this one. Just copy this one. Copy this one and paste the below. This one I change to be number 4, and the number 4 we talk about side calculation, right? Side of triangle, so this means side calculation. And for the side calculation, you need to know the parameter, right, and other side. So I will ask the user to put for the side. So in here we have to change this one to be side calculation. And to calculate the side, you need to know the parameter and other two sides, right, to calculate one side. So for example, that you have to ask the user to put the first side in the first side of triangle A and in the second side of triangle B, but the third one should be the parameter, right? So you ask that in the perimeter of triangle, perimeter of triangle, and this to be p, like this. And now we have to change this formula. We have to change this formula. Side C equal p minus, and in here a plus b, like this. That means you know two sides and the value of parameter. So in here we change this one, calculate side of triangle. So I change this to be side of triangle and change this one to be C, like this. So now we complete for side calculation, and let's see what is the number 5. Number 5 is about EC the program, right? So in here you can do the next one, or you can say case, this number 5, right? And you should break first this one. For the number 5, we know that about EC, right? About EC the program. So to do that, to EC the program, we know that we use the variable, this one, right? EC this one. For example, that I change when the program is running, I use the number 1. I change to this number 1. But when the program stop, I change to be 0, right? So for example, that I could use the 0 for stop, right? For stop the program. And 1 for do calculation. Right. For example, so the first program will run, right? So we use 1, but after that we want to stop. We should change the value of this one to be 0. So in here we will push for the case number 5, and in here we change this one, right? So we use ESYS, this one to be 0, right, for stop. And this, you can say that to exit the program, like this. And to stop the program, we have to exit the while loop, right? So to exit the while loop, we should write outside here. We should write outside the switch. So in here we say that if exit this one equal 0, then break. The statement break is mean that to exit the while loop. So when we exit the while loop, that means we stop the program, right? So in here we can comment this exit the while loop, or you can say that stop the program, right? Stop the program. Okay, so now let's try. So now let's run our program to Control F5. So now our program result is in here. For example, that I want to calculate the height of Tranquil. I push the number 2, and we say that enter the base of Tranquil. So I put 2.5, 2.3, and 12.5. So this is about the height of Tranquil. And the next, I want to the number 3. Number 3 is about the parameter. For the parameter, it said that first side of the Tranquil, for example, 10.2, and second 22.6, and the third side, for example, 25.6, like this. So you just plus the 3 values together, like this. And the next, for example, I want to calculate the side. I have to put the number 4. The number 4 is say that first side 23.3, second side 12.6, and the parameter of Tranquil, for example, 120.55, like this. So you see that the other side will be 74.65. So now I want to exit I had to put number 5 like this. So it show that press any key to continue. So this means it exceed the program or the program stop. But for example, before to exceed the program, I need the program to ask the user that will I exceed or not. I have to write in here, right? So in here I will write you have to change this one. This one you can use that console dot write in here. You can say that do you want to exceed the system? Do you want to exceed the system? You can ask like this. For example, I change this to be a big one. Exceed the system, and after that you have to say that console dot write like this. In here you write user to put yes or no like this, and push this one like this. So after that you have to put separate, right? Yes or no. So in the case we use the string, so yes or no equal console. To receive, we use the console, right? Dot read line, this one, and after we receive the value, we have to separate it by using if statement here. Yes or no equal yes, that is. When it equal yes, that means we change the value of the variable exceed system to be 0. But otherwise we don't change anything, so we just write it to be like this. But we have to change this one to be the same, and here we have to copy this one, right? To change this one, copy this one to make it have the same like this. Okay, now we use this one, and so we just comment in here this one is stand for yes or no, right? So now let's run our program. Now our program is running. Okay, so now we are, so now I will try the number 5 exceed, right? So now the program will ask me that do you want to exceed the system? For example, I say no, so you continue like this. For example, I want to calculate 1 plus 1, right? 2.3, height is 10.22, area like this. And after that I want to exceed, I put the number 5, and is do you want to exceed the system, yes or no? This one is right, wrong, right? So we need to change. So I say yes, put yes. So after that I enter. So the program is stopped. So enter. This one we write wrong about this one. Yes or no, like this. So let's run again. F5. Okay, so you see that I put the number 5. Do you want to exit the system? Yes or no? For example, no, that is. And I put the number 5 again. I say yes. So the program is stopped. When I want to calculate the area, I put the number 1. So the program will ask me to enter the big base. So for example, 33, and small base, for example, 22, and then the height is for example 10. So the area will be 275. And the next one example, I want to put number 2 to calculate the big base. The program asks me to enter the area. For example, 312.22. Enter the small base 12. The height, for example, 10. So the big base of the television will be 50.44. And the next, I want to calculate the small base. I put the number 3. Area, for example, 522. Enter the big base, for example, 33.3. Enter the height, for example, 22. So the small base of the present will be 14.154, right? So the next, for example, I want to calculate the height of the trapezium. I put the number 4, and the program asks me to the area, for example, 622. The big base, for example, 35. Small base, for example, 22. So the calculate of a height of the trapezium will be 21.82. That is, and for after the complete for the calculation, I want to exit the system. I will put the number 5. So now the program will ask me that, do you want to exit the system? For example, that I don't want, I say no, I put no. So the program will continue. But after that, I go to the number 5 again, and I put yes. The program view exits. To create the program for trapezium calculation, the first we will declare the integer that we'll use in this program. So I will write out the variable that we will use in this program first. So for the trapezium, we will have the big base, small base, height, and area of the trapezium. So the first, we will write, for example, BB. BB is stand for big base of trapezium. This. And the next we have the small base. So SB stand for small base of trapezium. And the next we have H, which is stand for height of trapezium, and the last one is about the area. So we have A, right? A stands for area of trapezium, and in addition to that, we have another. For example, that if you have the option, right? So we use OPT. This means this stands for option. This means that we will to select the select the kind of calculation. For example, that when you being the user, you have to choose to calculate. For example, you want to calculate area, or you want to calculate the height, or you want to calculate a small base. So we use this parameter to be in that. And after complete the calculation, so you have to, the user might want to exceed, so we use another. For example, I choose exceed system. That is this one stands for exceed system. That is so this means to exceed the system, right? So this means that when you end the calculation, so you want to exceed, so you will use this one to stop the loop, right? So this means that I will write to stop the while loop. For example, in this we use the while loop. So for the variable, we will have about this. So the next is the view that we have to do. So in here, the first I will use the while loop. So we use while loop like this, and in this we write true this, and in here we write a command for end while loop like this. So inside the while loop we will write the detail. So the first we will explain that to the user that what is about this program. So I will write a console write, and in this one we will show the user, right? So we say welcome to the present calculation, or we just write trapezium calculation like this, to show to the user that what is this about, what is this program. And after that we will ask the user to choose. So in here we'll write please choose the following number. Please choose the following number. And so you have to show the number, right? So console write. So we say that the first number, for example, the first number, this one is mean calculate area. Calculate area, simple, like this. And for the number 2, we will talk about calculate big base. Calculate big base. And the number 3, we will calculate about small base. Calculate small base. And the number 4, we will calculate about the height. Calculate height of the triangle of the trapezium. And the next, the number 5, we will calculate about, not calculate, but we will exceed, right? For example, after you complete the calculation, you want to exceed the program, so you will choose the number 5. So this is about the menu that we will show to the user, and the user will choose the number 1 until number 5, one of them. So when the user put the data, which is the integer, so we will declare the integer. But for example, first I will declare in here. So input that we declare in, and I choose O PT, this one, and just like this. And after that, we will also declare this variable EC system, this one. So this one I declare to be 1, right? And after that, we will declare some double about BB, right? BB is for the big base, and SB for the small base, and H for the height, and A is for the area. So we have about this. So why we choose EC system, right? So when the program run, we will stop, right? So we choose this one for we choose here is mean that 0 is mean that EC the program, but 1 is mean that do calculation, calculation like this. So the first we do calculation, so we choose 1, but when you want to exceed, you have to change this variable to be 0. And for the detail, I will explain later. But at first we declare the variable like this. So we know that this one OPT is mean option. So now we already know, so we choose OPT, this one. So equal or convert to in 32, and this one console dot read line, and choose this one like this. So it means that when the user put the number and we will choose the variable option or OPT to get the value. So after that we will separate the calculation. So I will use the switch like this one, and in here we will write a parameter option, and after that this one I like n switch like this, and in here I just comment this get value from the user like this. Okay, so after that in here we will separate by case, right? So case like this. So case number 1, case number, and here we have and by break like this. So for the case 1 we will, in here you can comment in here forward, right? For example, for case 1 I calculate about area, so we'll choose calculate area of trapezium like this. So inside in here we will write the detail, right? So for the detail we will write we ask the user to put the data, right? So I will write a console, right, and this one, and in here we will write the area, calculate area. We just like area for some area. Area calculation. Let this, and we have to enter the new line, right? So after that we will ask the user to input. So right this one. So we say enter the base, enter the base. We have the big base like this. And then ask the user to enter the small bit, right? The small base. And then enter the height. The height of the trapezium. But when the user enter, you have to use the variable to get the value to do calculation. So in here we will for the big base. For the big base, we will use BB, right? BB convert to double this, and console dot read line, use this one. So when the user enter the value of the B base of the trapezium, we use the variable BB to get the value. And after that, we also do the same to a small base. Small base is B, right? So SB equal convert to double, and here console dot read line, and the next about the height. So in here, height is mean h, right? So convert to double console dot read line. This after we get the value for big base, small base, and height, then we can do calculation, right? So in this case, we will do the calculation, and we know that the calculation about area is mean A, right? A equal big base plus small base, and then multiply h is mean, and then multiply, or we just select to like this. And this is about our formula for calculate the area of trapezium. So after that, we will enter to the new line. This means new line, just new line. So when you look at the land itself to be made easily to watch, we use some space or some new line to do this. And after that, we will show that what is the area. So we use console dot write in here, and inside here we can write area of trapezium. Area of trapezium, like this, 0, and then A, like this, and after that we also enter a new line. New line, like this, and we also do something console. For example, that I do this. And so we do this that to make more easy to look for the line result. So now we finish for the area calculation. So let's try to run our program. So let's see what will happen. So if just run Control F5 on the keyboard. So now our running result will be like this. So let's see what is the result. So you see that first we say a trapezium calculation, okay, and then the second line is there. Please choose the following number. Number 1, calculate area. Number 2, calculate big base. Number 3, calculate small base. Number 4, calculate height. And the last one, number 5, is the program. So we just finished for the number 1, right, for area calculation. So in here I choose number 1 and enter. So now the program will ask me that area calculation and then enter big base. For example, the big base is 44 centimeter, and then enter the small base for and 23 point 5, like this. And then the height of the trapezium, for example, I choose 12.3, like this. So it shows that area of trapezium 415.125, right? And this is about the calculation. So it will enter to the next calculation, but in here for the number 2 till number 5 we are not finished yet, so we are going to create the next calculation. So we have to close this one first. So after that, so to continue, I will continue the number 2, calculate big base. So we will do for the next case 2, and for the case 2 we just use similar to the case 1, but we just change some explanation. So that we just copy this one, copy the case 1 and do copy the case 1 here and change some. So increase here and pass. and we change this to be case 2, number 2, and we change the calculate. For the number 2, we calculate about the big base. So we change here to be big base of 2%. And we like this, change this one to be big base calculation. So for the big base calculation, we have to ask the user to enter the area, right? So the first we enter area, and for the area we choose A, right? Change this one to be A because we use A for area. And the next, the user had to enter the small base. So this one no change. And the next, the user have to enter for the high. It's no change. But the formula, this formula calculation, we have to change. This one big base equal we have about 2 multiply A, this one, and then divide by H, and then minus SB small base, like this. So this formula is calculate about the big base. So after the calculation, we will show, so this one we will choose this to be our big base. Change this one, big base of trapezium, and change this parameter to be BB, that is. So now we complete for the big base calculation of the trapezium. So the next we will calculate about the number 3, calculate about small base, right? So we do the same. We will copy the case number 2 because it's similar. So we copy the case number 2. Case number 2. So now we change this one to be number 3, and we choose this one small base of trapezium. So we also change this one small base calculation. So you also have to enter the value of area. So this one okay. So the next, enter the big base. This one change to be big base. And for big base, this should be BB, right? Big base BB. And then enter the high. So this is no change. So in here we change this one to be SB small base, and this one to be big base. That is, this formula is about small base calculation. So after that, we change the next line for showing that for the small base of trapezium, and change the parameter in here to be SB for small base calculation. So this finish for the small base calculation. And the next The next we talk about the number 4 for the high, right? So for the high is similar, so we just copy the case number 3. Just copy the case number 3. Case number 3. So in here we change to be number 4 and change here to be calculate high order trapezium. High of the trapezium. So to calculate the height of the trapezium, first we have to enter the area. So this one no change, and after that we have enter the big base and then enter the small base, right? So here we say enter small base. For small base, we change this parameter to be small base SB, like this. So we have to change the formula calculation here. It's to be H, right? H equal and 2 multiply A then divide by big base multiply small base. H equal to multiply A then divide by small base plus big base. This is about the formula for high calculation. So the next what we have to change is about the explanation in here. Change here high of trapezium. This change the parameter to be H, this one. So this complete for high calculation of the trapezium. So the next is about the number 5, right? So for the number 5 we exceed the system. So to exceed the system we have to use the case number 5. So here for example I turn case number 5 and by break this one and I comment in here for exceed the system, right? Exceed the system, like this. But to exceed the system is mean that we have to stop the while loop, right? It means to stop the while loop. So to start the while loop, we just use the break command. The break command. So we check that we change this one easy. We use this one. For stop, we use this one to be 0. Like this. For stop. But to stop the here we have to use outside the switch. We have to use the if statement. to check that this parameter, this variable are 0 or 1. If the variable EC system is 0, this means that we use the break. So in here I will write the command EC the system. So here you if EC this one equal 0. If this one equals 0, it means break. We use break. When you choose the break, it means that the program will stop or will exit the while loop. So we use this statement. If there are this value, the first we declare that this parameter, right? This parameter exit. This parameter is 1, right? Is 1 is mean that it's the calculation. But when we change this value to be 0, it means that the program will exit. So the exit we use the break statement in here. So every time the loop moving, it will check for the value of exist. So we change to be here. So after that we will use the default. The last one we use the default this one. And for the default, it means that when the user put the data is not in the length as 1 to 5, but for example 6, 9, 10 or 0, in that case you have to advise to the user that is not correct number and put only the number from 1 to 5 only. So this case we will use break to this one. View show command, so console dot write in here. So in here I will write please enter the number. Please enter the number 1 to 5 only, like this. And after that we will use this one, we copy this one to be the same, put in here. So now this one we use for when user enter or put the number that is not 1 to 5, then the program view show the advice message as the follow in. like this. So now let's run our program. Ctrl F5 on the keyboard. Okay, so our program is like this. So now we put the number 1 for area calculation, big base 22, small base 12, high 10. So area is like this. So the next, first of all, I want to calculate the big base, like number 2. Area, for example, of 512. Small base, for example, 20. High 12. Like this. So the next, I want to calculate the number 3 about small base. Area, for example, 425. And big base, for example, 33.3. And the high, for example, 22. So the small base will be like this. This one, right? This one. And the next, I put the number 4 to calculate the high. So I put 4. That is area, for example, 422.33. And big base, for example, 33. Small base 22.2. So the height of the trapezium will be this one. So after that, I want to exit the system. I put the number 5 like this. So when we exit, we just put the number 5. But when I want to make the program that to ask the user that the user want to exit the program or to stop the program or not, we will write something to the program. So in here, I will write this one. I will write to here. Console. Right. And we ask the user, do you want to exit the system like this? And then I will ask the user to put console.write. Right, just use this one. Yes or no, like this, to ask the user. So after that, I have to declare the variable to get the value. So this value is about the string, because the user will put yes or no, so we say string. So yes or no, like this, for example. And for this one, we will use we have to use the string, so we just read write, right? So console dot read line. The string is not a number, so we don't need to change that. So we don't use the convert. So we just use the console dot read only. So after we get the value, we have to separate that yes or no. So to separate that, we use if statement. If the variable yes or no equal, the first is yes, right? Even yes, this number, this statement should be 0, right? And if for else, it will show nothing. So the program will continue only. So we just use this one. So now let's try again. Sorry, for Control F5 on the keyboard. So now our program is running like this. So we just try the number 5. I put number 5. So now the program will show that do you want to exceed the system, right? So for example, I put no. So the program will continue to calculate. But if I put number 5 and I put a yes like this, so the program will stop. This is about the Great Calculator app. So when it displays, our program will have the look like this. So for example, that I want to create the Great Calculation, I put the number 1, right? So the program asks me to put the assignment score. For example, I got 75. Then you ask me to enter the midterm score. So I get 66. And then the final score, for the final score, I get 88. Like this. So then the program will show the result, this one to me, that assignment 75, midterm 66, and final 88. That means the average score will be 77.5, and the final grade will be the C. That means I get the final grade for C. And then if I want to exit the system when I complete for the Great Calculation, I just put the number 2. And the program will ask me that do you want to exit the system? For example, that I don't want, I just put no. Right, so I'll go back to calculate and show the menu. And first I put the number 2 again. And if I want to exit, I just put yes. Then the program will stop like this. To create the Great Calculator app, the first we will declare the variable that will be used in the program. So the first I will write this variable in the comment first to make more understand. So in here I will write Great Calculator app. For example, like this. So to use the variable, we have the assignment. And this is about assignment for student. Assignment for student. And for the assignment, we will give 30%. And then we have the score about midterm, right? So I will write midterm. And here we have a midterm exam, right? So in here we have midterm exam score. For midterm exam score, for example, I will give 30%. for the full score. And then we have the final exam, right? So I write final exam, this. And after that, this one, we'll write our final exam score, right? This one. For the final, we give 60%. Now this one be, it's not 60%, but it's about 40, right? 40%. 40%. And after that, we have the average score, right? So average and score, that is, this we use for average score. That is, for the average score, we will calculate from the assignment score and midterm score and final score. Then we have the grade, right? We have the grade, and this grade is mean that we output the grade later, right? So mean output the later grade. For example, A, right? B, C, for example, like this. And then we have the OPT. OPT is mean option, right? So option for user to choose the kind of operation. Option for user to choose the kind of operation, like this. And then we also have the variable exit system, like this. So, and this one we use when exit the system. Exit the system when user finish grade calculation, right? Grade calculation, that is. So this is about the variable that we will use. But so after here we will use this variable. So to do that, we will declare double for assignment, and we have the midterm, and we have the final exam, and we also have average score. So after that, we will declare the integer of the data type. Here we have the option, and we have EC system. This one we give the initial value for 1, and then we also have the string for grade level because we use the letter, so we use this variable. So after that, we will use the while loop. So we write while, and in here we use true, like this, right? So inside the while loop, you create the program. So the first we have to show the user the information that they need. So the first we have to this one I will write perfect grade calculator, so app like this, and here I also give this one, give this one in here like this. Then we will show the user for the menu. So we enter and we write our console. Right. So in here I say please enter the following number, and we have the number one, right? Number one, I will say grade calculation, grade calculation, like this. This means that when you enter the number one or you input the number, this means we do grade calculation. And then also have the number two. For the number two, we exit. Doesn't mean that when you finish the calculation, so you want to exit the system, so you just put number two. So that's about our menu for the user. So when we ask the user to input the number, so we have to declare the variable to get the value, right? So in that value, we use for option, right? OPT, this one. So to do that, we are convert dot to in, and in here we use a console dot read line. We use this one. Console dot read line, this means if you read the information from the console, but after that we change to be the integer, so use this one. So after that we have to separate the operation, or we have to separate that number one or is number two, right? So in that case we will use the switch. We use the switch. So in here we use OPT, right, inside in here, and then we have that is, so we have the case one, right, and then we break like this, And for the case number 1, we do for 1. Case number 1 for grade calculation. So we can say that grade calculation like this. So here we go inside the number 1, right? And we go to the case number 2. Right. And then it should have a break like this. And then we go for the default. Right. Also have break. The first we write the prototype like this. And for the number 2, we talk about exit, right? So in here I can write a comment. This for that exit the system when user finish operation like this. And what is about the default we will use for to tell the user to put only the number 1 or number 2, right? So in this case we can say that tell user to input number 1 or 2 only, because sometimes the user will choose another number, right? So because they are wrong or they are mistake, so in the case they have to choose only the number 1 or number 2 in our program. So the next we will go to the detail. So detail in the number one we use about grade calculation, right? So we can write in here. So in here, the first we have to create the score, right? We have to calculate the assignment score. So I say I use as this one, assignment, this one. And then, for example, that I create the method assignment score. Assignment score. I write the method like this. Right. And after that, I also create the midterm score. So we use the variable midterm like this. So in here I create the method midterm score to calculate the midterm score, right? Midterm score like this. And then I create the method final score, right? So I use the variable final, this one, and I create the method for final exam score like this. And after that we have to calculate the average, right? we use the assignment score, the method assignment score to calculate the detail for the score for assignment. And we use the midterm score, the method midterm score to calculate the value of the score for the midterm, and we use the final exam score to calculate the value of the score for final exam. So after we have the final exam score and midterm exam score and assignment score, that when we have 3 of this value, we can calculate the average score, right? So to calculate the average score, I will write calculate average score like this, and I will write we use the variable avg like this one, and then to do that we have we have the assignment, right? Assignment variable multiply 0.3. Why not? Because the assuming that we give the assignment score, full score is 30%, right? So we can multiply 0.3. So after that we plus for the midterm, right? Midterm. So is there we use the variable mid, right? This one we also give the full score for 30%, right? So in this case we multiply 0.3, and the last or the final exam. For the final exam, we use the variable final exam, this, and the final exam they give the full score for 30%, right? 30%, they give the full score for 40%. So in this case we multiply 0.4 like this. So after this line we could have the average score for this subject. So after that we have to determine the grade, right? So I will write, so we just know the number, right? So we have to know that A or B or C like this. So the next we will determine grade. So in this case I will use the variable grade, this one. Then we create the method for determine grade, this, and in here we have to use the average score to compare that score which match which one, right? For example, you got the average score for 4, that means you match for the A, something like this. So I will write AVG, average score, like this. So when we get all of them, all for the grade, right, and the average score, then we just display the output to the console for the user. So to do that, I will write show the assignment that console dot write, and here I write assignment score, right? Let's say assignment score and assignment, that is 1, and then we will write for the midterm score, right? Console.write say midterm score. Here we use the variable midterm, this one, and then the final score. So console.write final exam score, and use the variable final exam. And after that, we will display the average score. So here I write console and average score. Use the AVG rest score, this one, and then we will write about the letter grade, right? So final grade, and this one I use for grade, right? Grade only, like this. So and then, for example, I want to enter new write, I can say console.write new line, like this. So now we complete some of the program, but you see that we still have the red line underscore for the method, right? On the method, this one, the 3 methods, and right, the 4 methods. So that means we have to go to create the detail for the method assignment score, midterm score, final exam score, and determine grade. So now we go to create this one. So to do that, we will create the assignment score first. So we go in here, I create here static and double, and we say assignment score, that is okay. So in here, inside the assignment score, we will declare the variable assign score. For example, I say assign score, like this, and then we will ask the user, right, to put the assignment score. So to do that I will write a console dot write, right? In here you can write assignment score, right? Assignment score like this, but this one we have to end this one, and we don't want it entered to the new line because we want it to display beside here, right? So when the user put the assignment score, you have to declare the variable to get the value, right? So we already declared that value for assign score. So I use that one, that assign score, this one, right? Assign score, and convert dot to double like this, and console dot read line, this one like this. So after we get the value stored in the assign score, that we have to check that. We have to check that that value, what is the value, right? So the value for the score, it just start from 0 to 100 only, right? It's not, if you put 200, that means that is not, and this is not the value for the score. So that's not correct. So that's incorrect. So we have to check that. So to check that, we will use the if statement, right? So in here, the first I will say check assignment score to be check assignment score to be the number from 0 to 100 only. That means when the user put the score that is not the number between 0 and 100, you will tell the user to put again, right? So in that case, use if, right? So we say assign score is greater than or equal, right? Assign score, this one must be greater than or equal 0, and assign score must less than or equal 100, like this. So in the case like this, this means we will use console, right? We need to enter new line, so we just like this. But you should what you have to know that if you need the program to repeat, you have to use the while loop. That means if it's not correct, you can tell the user to put again, right? So that we don't use if you just do like this, that program just do one time. So we need the program to do repeat or more time, you have to use while loop. So that means I will use while loop for this one. So in here, this, so I say true in here, and do this, and enter, right? So you see that this one we need more this one like this, and so in here I can say that input is input assignment score. So when you say this input the assignment score, so in here you can say n, right, n and this one, right? So if you write this one in here and input assignment score. So go back to the if statement. The if statement, we check that the score, the assignment score is in the between 0 and 100. So in that case, it's okay, right? So when it's okay, that means we have to exceed the while loop. So I will use the break statement, because when we okay, we have to exceed the while loop. But when it's not okay, we don't need to exceed the while loop. We will use other method to tell the user to input again. So in that case, we say else, right? Else this one. So in here we say also, so right, and in here we say that try again, and then in here we put that please enter the number from, we say please enter the number from 0 to 100 only, like this. So we show this message to the user, and then we need to enter a new line like this. So for this one, I say that n, right, and I want to comment this, I end this one, and for check assignment score to be the number from 0 to 100 only, you can put in here like this. So I just say like this. So after that, so in this one we see that we have the while loop, right? We use the while loop to repeat in the case that the user put the wrong number, and we use the if statement to break to exceed the while loop when the input number is correct. So after we get the value for the assignment score, we have to return back. So this means that we have to return here, return what? Return the value for assign this one, assign score. So we return this one back. Okay, so now you see that when we go back to the main method, you see that the value here, assignment score, this one is no error, right? It's no error, but we still have the error for midterm score, final score, and determine grade method. So that means we have to create the method for midterm score, right? Midterm score. So to do that, I will create in here so for the midterm score also be there are number, so it's static and here you say midterm score that is okay. So the midterm score is also be similar to the assignment score. So we just declare the variable for midterm score. For example, I use this one, and after that we had to input, right? Input the midterm score. So input midterm score in here. But when we put the midterm score, we have the case that when they put the wrong number, right? Which means it's not in the between 0 and 100. In that case, we have to repeat the program again to ask the user to put the number again. So we use the while loop. It's similar to the case that be great for assignment score. While loop. So after that, inside the while loop, we ask the user to input the midterm score. So I say console dot write this one, and in here we say midterm score. This one we don't need to enter a new line because we want the value to be beside the message. So after that, we have to declare the variable to get the value from the user. So we already declared the variable, so I use this one, right? Midterm score. So convert dot to double and console dot read line this. So after we get the value, we have to check the value to be the between 0 and 100. So we will write check midterm score to be check midterm score to be the number from 0 to 100 only. To that we use the if statement. So if the value meet this one, this value must be greater than, right? Greater than or equal 0 and must less than or equal 100. Less than or equal 100. Otherwise it's not correct. So when they put the correct, we have to exit, right? So before exit, we will enter new line by using this one. I say new line, and to exit we use the break to exit the while loop. But in the case that is not correct, we use the else statement to display the message to the user to input the value again. So we say like the similar console dot write. We say try again. This one, and then we say console dot write. In here we say that please enter the number from 0 to 100 only. We set this message, and then in the new line use this message, right? So then we had to end. In here we say end what? This one and this one in here. Then in here we also have to end, right? This end is mean input midterm score, and input midterm score, like this one. So after we complete end, we have to return the value that we get from the user to send back to the main method, right? So use return this one, and we use the variable this one, right? Midterm score, this one. Okay, so now go back to the main method. We see that this one, the method midterm score, this will be no error. Okay, so now we complete for the method assignment score and midterm score. So the next we have to create the final exam score. So to do that, we will create a similar. So we go in here and we create static and double, and we say final exam score, like this. Enter. So the final exam score is also similar to the midterm or assignment score. So to do that, we declare the variable double that we say final exam score. For example, we use this one. So then we have to input, right? Input final score. So input final exam score, this one. But it's similar that we have to ask the user to put, but we had the case that the user put the wrong number, so we use the while loop to repeat the program, right? So we say while loop and true this here. So we ask the user to put console.write here. We say final exam score, final exam score, like this. We don't need to enter the new line. I delete this one. So after that, we had to declare the variable to get the value. We use the value here. We already did final, this one, right? Convert dot to double, and in here we use console dot read line, this one, like this. So after that, after we get the value, we have to check that the value must be in the between 0 and 100. So in here I say check, right? Check final score, final exam score to be the number from 0 to 100 only. To do that, we use the if statement. Final score, this one must be greater than or equal 0 and final exam score must be less than, right? Less than or equal 100. This one. So after the input score is correct, we just enter new line. And we see the while loop by using the statement if. In the case it's not correct, we use the else statement, right? So in here we'll tell the user that try again, console.write. Yeah, I say try again, like this, and so we tell the user that please enter the number, please enter the number from 0 to 100 only, like this. And then we enter a new line. So in here I will comment this one and what, this one, check this one, right? We end this. And the next, for this one, we end for input final exam score, right? And input final exam score. This. So you see that we haven't returned the value yet. So after we get the value from the user, we have to return to the main method. So in here is a return, and that value stored in the variable final exam score, right? So I say final, this one, final exam score, this one, right? Okay, so now it seems no error, and we go back to the main method. So you see that the method final exam score here is no error. Okay, so that means we are going to create a method for determine grade only, right? Because it's the has the error. So to do that, we go in here. I say static and string, because the grade is the letter, so the return value should be the string. So in here we say determine grade, right? Determine grade, like this. You see that we use, when you want to know the letter grade, you have to know the value, right? The average value. In here we know that now we already know the average score, so we use the average score to compare that which letter is matched, right? For example, A match for the value 4, right? Or 3 match the value for C. So in here we have the average score. So when we create the method, we should have this average score too. So I say average score, this one, like this. So after that we declare the string, right? For example, grade, this one, and then we will use the if statement to cut the grade level. For example, that I use if average score greater than or equal 98, then the value of the grade is A plus, like this. And after that, use else if average score greater than 90, then the grade equal A only, like this. And we'll do similar. So I will copy this one, to make easy look, I will enter a new line. The name be about 88 If the score greater than 88, it means you get a B plus. But when the score just greater than 80, that means you get only B, like this. And the next we have for 78. In 78 is when you get a C plus. And when you just get more than 70, that means you just get only C. And the next for 6, if you get the value more than 68, you get the D plus. And if you just get only for 60 greater than 60, that means you get for D only. And else the grade, the value of the grade will be F, like this. Okay, so this is about the grade that we cut to be in the level. So after we get the grade when by using the value, by using the average score, then we have to return, right? Return the grade back to the main method. We use this one, grade this, return this one. So now we go back to the main method. The main method, and now you see that the method determine grade you have no error. So that means it after complete the case number 1, we are going to create for the case number 2, and we talk about is it the system when user finish the operation. So in this case, we have to ask the user that the user really want to exit or just for the mistake. So to do that, we have to show the message. So I say console.write, right? And in here, I will ask that, do you want to exit the system? Ask like this. And after that, we ask the user to put yes or no. So I say console.write, and in here I say yes or no. Like this. And when we ask the user to put yes or no, that means we have to declare the variable to get the value. So I declare the string because the user will put yes or no, which is the letter. So I use this one, and I say yes or no, this one, and console.read line this one. And after you receive the value, you have to separate that between yes or no, which one, right? So I use the if statement to separate that. If yes or no is yes, that is. So when if yes, we have to break, you have to exit the system, right? And like I said, I just this value, We change this value to be 0, like this. So when we say easy system, that means we want to easy the while loop that or cover all of the program, right? So to easy the while loop that or cover all of the program, this means that the while loop that outside the main method, outside the switch, right? So to do that, we write in here easy the system when user finish great calculation, and here we have if this one and easy equal 0. So you see the value, we just use the break statement. So here I use break statement like this. So after that, then we will complete for the number 2, and for the number for the default case, we use we just tell the user to input the number, right? So I say console.write, right? In here we say try again, this one, and after that we console.write, we say please put the number, please enter the number 1 or 2 only, like this. And then we might enter a new line, so I put this one, enter a new line. So this is our complete for our program, right? So let's check that what still missing or no. But in here we see that for the switch we say option for user to choose the kind of operation. So in the case that I would like to comment, copy this one, and I say in here system right, I say n like this. So n this and option for user to choose the kind of operation. And for this one, for the while loop, this while loop is mean that our app start from here. So I say app start like this. So this means the while loop in here we end for app start like this, breakdown here. So this is the main. Okay, so now let's check that any error or nothing. We see that no error, right? So let's review again that for the score that is correct not, we see that for the assignment we give student for 30% for the score, so we have 0.3, and for the midterm score the full score is 30%, so it will be 0.3, and the final exam the full score is 40%, so it will be 0.4, so the total score will be 100%. So now let's run our program to check. Just Control F5 on the keyboard. So now you see that the result will be like this. So just open up to be greater. So it's a great calculator app. Please enter the following number. So number 1 for great calculation and number 2 for easy. So for example, I put the number 1. So it's a assignment score. For example, assignment score I get for 60%. And midterm score I get for 70%. Final score I get for 30%. Right. So you see that it replaced this one. You see this one. Assignment score 60, midterm score 7, and the final score for 30. So that means average score will be 50 and the final grade will be F, right? So for example, I put the number 1 again, and the assignment score, for example, I put the wrong number, right? Like this. So the program will ask me that, try again, right? Please enter the number from 0 to 100 only. I 66, like this. And the midterm score, for example, I put 111. This also asks that, try again, please enter the number from 0 to 100 only. So for example, I put 90, like this. And the next final score, for this one, I put 333. So if you ask that to put only 0 to 100, so for example, I get for 75. So if I get the 75, it means that you need to get this one, right? So the first assignment 66, midterm 90, and final is 75. That means my average score will be 76.8. That means I got only the final grade for C. So now I want to easy, so I just put a number 2 like this. So the program will ask me to confirm that I want to easy the system or not. For example, I don't want, I just put no, so we can continue. But I put the number 2 again, and I put yes. So this means the program will stop. This application is about GPA calculation. So the program will ask the user to input the number 1 or number 2. The number 1 is about the GPA calculation, and the number 2 is about easy the system. So when I want to calculate the GPA or grade point average, I just choose the number 1, and the program will ask me that how many courses. So for example, I put 4 courses, and then the program will ask me in the grade letter for the course number 1 or the first course. For example, I get for A, like this. And in the credit hour, 3.5 hour. The cost number 2, for example, B, and the credit hour I put 2.5 hour. And the third cost I get for B plus, and the credit hours, for example, 4 hours. The 4 cost, the grade letter, for example, I get for C plus, and the credit hour, for example, 6 hours. So the program will calculate that your GPA is 3.13, like this. So after I complete for the GPA calculation, I want to exit the system. I just put the number 2. Then the program will ask me that, do you want to exit the system? For example, I don't want to, I just put no. And we go back to calculate about GPA calculation. But I put the number 2 again and I say yes. So the program will exit the system. In this script, I'll show you how to create the GPA calculation app. In here, GPA is mean grade point average, which they will use in the college and university. So to do that, first we will declare the variable that we will use in the program. So in here I will write GPA. G is mean grade and P is mean point and A is from average. So I will write a calculation app. Like this. So below the GPA calculation app, I will write the variable that we use in the program. So in the program, we use the cost count. We use this one. Why? This one we use to count the number of costs, right? So before you calculate the GPA, you one student must have many subject or many courses, right? So we count that how many courses do you have. So this means that to count the number of student course right here. And the next, let's use this one grade. This one we use to get value of letter grade. To get value of letter grade from user. From user. This means that the user will input the letter, which will be A, B, C, right? Or A plus B plus something like that. And next you use the credit, right? Credit. For the credit, we use to get the value of credit, right? So this means that every subject or every course, it will have the credit. So to get the value of credit. To get the value of credits for each course, right? Each course like this. And next we use for the grade point. Grade point. For the grade point, we will use to get the value of points for each student, right? So to get the value of point for each course. And the next will be we use, after that we have to use the total points. Total point. For the total point, it means that we will summarize all the points from all of the costs, right? So it means that to summarize the total points, to summarize the total points for all costs, and they be used for our total credit. Total credit. The total credit is mean that we to summarize the total credits for all costs, right? To summarize the total credit for all costs, and the next we will use for the GPA, right? GPA is mean that grade point average. So we use this one to get value of GPA points, right? To get value of GPA point, and for the GPA point, we will get the value that from the calculation between total points and credit points. So the next we will use the option. Why we use option? Option for we show the menu, right? We separate the menu, so this means that the user you have to choose the menu to operate the program. So here is mean option to choose the kind of operation like this, and the last one we use for easy system. So when the user finish the operation or the GPA calculation, they will exit the system. So in that case, we use the variable exit, right, to stop the program. This means exit the system when user finish operation. So this about the program, the variable that we use in our program. So now we will declare, right? So now we'll declare it. So to do that, we will have the double, right? The data type for double. And for double, we have the credits like this, and then we have for grade point, and then GPA, and then we have our total point, and this one we give the initial value for 0, and the next will be total credit. This value will also give the value for 0. And the next we will have for integer data type. In here we have cost count, right? Cost count, and then we have for option and ECs the system. This one we get the initial value for 1. This, and the next we will have the string for grade, right? This one grade will be later, so we use the string. After that, we will start to develop the detail of the program. So in here, our app will start from here, right? So we say app start, right? Let's start. And for the app start, we use the while loop. So here inside we write true like this, and we will write the detail of the program inside the while loop. So in here I will write n app start ms start like this. So inside, for the inside, we will write about the message to show to the user that what user will do. So inside that, I will tell the user that what is about this program and what user will do. So I will write console, write this one. And in here I will write that is write GPA calculation application, this one. So just copy this one, this, and after that you show to the user that this program is about GPA calculation app. And after that we say the user to enter the number. So console.write, please enter the following number. Please enter the following number like this, and console.write. In here we have number 1, right? You say number 1 we say GPA calculation. That means if you put the number 1, that means you want to calculate the GPA. And the next, for the number 2, we just is it, right? So when the user finish the GPA calculation, the user can exit the program by put the number 2. Then the program will stop. So after you ask the user to put the number, you have to use a variable to get that value. So in here we will use the option, right? So it's OPT, this one. So this one we use to get the values, convert to int 32 and console dot read line. Use the function to read the data. So after you get the value, you need to know that number 1 or number 2. So to do that, we use the switch. So the next we will do that the kind of menu to make operation. The kind of menu to make operation for user, right? So in here I will write for switch. So I OPT, this one in here. So inside the switch, we will write the case 1 and case 2, right? So we have case 1. So after the case, we have to break, right? Break the system. And for the case number 1, we will do about calculate GPA, right? So say calculate GPA. And after that, we have the case number 2. This one break. And the last one, we have the default. This one also break like this. And for the number 2, we talk about exit the system, right? So in here, I will write exit system. Exit the system when user finish operation, and the and for the default. For the default video, tell the user to input, right? Tell user to input the number one or 2 only. Like this. This means that when the user put the number 3 or other number, that is not 1 and 2. In the case like that, the program will ask the user to input again, which will be the number 1 or number 2 only. So now we complete about the switch, and in here I can write and this one, and about the switch, we talk about the kind of menu to make operation, right? So this one, I will copy this and I will write in here like this. So The next we are going to create the detail for the case number 1 and case number 2 and the default finally. So now we are going to create about case number 1. So the case number 1, the first we will ask the user to input the cost, right, to calculate the GPA or grade point average. This means that the student has many courses, right, and we need the point for each course to calculate the GPA. So we have to ask the user in here. So we say how many courses, right? How many courses? That is question mark, and need the user to input here. But we don't need to enter the new line, so we just use write only like this. So after that, you use the variable to get that value. So in here we use the value for course count, this one, to get the value. And in here we use in dot press, this one, and inside here we use console dot read line, this one, that is. And after that, after we get the cost count or the number of the cost, so we will ask the user to put the points and the credit for each cost. So in here I will write summarize total points and total credits. Summarize total point and total credit, this. So here I will use the for loop. So I have in I equal 1, and then I must less than or equal the cost count, and I plus this one. And inside here we will ask the user to enter the grade. Enter letter grade such A, right, B, C plus, that is. So to do that, so when the user input the letter, so we have the condition that we have the A, B, C until F only. So the other letter that is not in that rank will be the program will be ask the user to input again. So in that case we need to repeat, right? So when we need to repeat, I will use the while loop to ask the user. But the case that the letter is in the rank, the program will go to the next step only. So here we use while to do that. while loop, and here true. This one. And here I can write n and this one. Just copy this one to be in here, like this. So inside here I will write the statement to ask the user. So I say console.write and in here we have the Dora this, and I will say enter letter grade for course, enter letter grade for course, and I say this one I like this, and then we use this one. So that is okay. So when we ask the user to enter the letter, we have to use the variable to get a value. So in this case we use the grade, right? This grade. Console read write, console.read line, and when we read we need the upper. We say to upper, we need a capital letter only. This means that when the user input even the letter that is not capital letter, the program will automatically change that to be the capital letter. So this, so when the user input the grade, the letter grade, we have to check, right? So in here I will write check the letter grade to be, check the letter grade to be as defined So in here we will use the if statement to check. So if we have a grade, that is this one, grade equal A, like this. So we break. This means that if there are the grade that first input is matched in the case we declare right A until F only, that means the program will exceed the while loop. That means will not ask the user to input again. L if grade this one will be B plus, also be break, like this. So in here I just copy this one, because we have to check many. For example, after the B we have B only, and after that we have b minus, and then we have c plus, and you have only c, and then we have c minus, then we have d plus, and we have d only, and the last one we have for f, like this. And it means that we check if in the rank from A to F, that means the program will exceed the while loop. So otherwise it means it's not in that case. You ask the user to input again. So in the case, I will say dot write in here, and I say try again. So in here I will say please enter the following letter only. Please enter the following letter only, like this. So in here I will write console to write this one, have A, right, B plus B and B minus C plus C and C minus. The next are D plus and D only, and the last one will be F, like this. So now we show the user that put these letters only. So this one in here we end, right, the end for this one, check. And this one. So after that, here so the next we are going to enter the cost credits hour. The cost credits hour. Just about follower. It's a enter cost credit hour. In here we will use the while loop. true. I just write n here. This means n the inter-course credit. So to enter the course credit, we just ask the user to input console.write. So in here I just write enter credit hours, credit hour for this course, that is, and we don't need to enter a new line, so I delete this one. After that, we need to use the variable, right, to get the value. Say credit, right, this one, double dot, and this one change in here to be console dot read line. Use this function to get the value of the credit. So after that, the credits must be greater than 0, right? So we have to check. So in here I will write check the credit hours to be check the credit hour to be more than 0, like this. So we use the if statement, right? Statement credit, this one must greater than 0. So in the case that the credit is greater than 0, that means that is the correct one. So we need to exceed the while loop, so use break statement, this one. And the otherwise, that means it's not greater than 0. So you ask the user to put input again. So we do else, like this. So in the case like this, I will say console.write, and I say try again. And then I will tell the user that what to do. Please enter number more than 0, right? Please enter the number more than 0, like this. So this we end about and about this one, check credit, this one. And this one. So now we complete for the entering credit point and the letter grade, right? So the next what we are going to do is about get points for letter grade. So I will write enter course credit. So the next we are going to talk about get points for letter grade. Get point for letter grade, like this. So to do that, we will use the variable, right? Grade point. Use this one, grade point. And in here we will create a method to do this function. So I say this method get grade point, for example, get grade point, and inside we have to use this one, the grade, this one. This means that after they enter the grade, right, the letter grade, that we don't know the point for that letter grade, so we have to define in our system that, for example, that A match with the point for number 4, like this. So in this section we will talk about get points for the letter grade, and we use the method get grade point to do that, right? So that means we have to create about that. So now we are going to do that, and to create the method get grade point, we are going to outside in here, go outside for the main program, and for this one we use the static double and get grade point, like this, and inside in here will be string, right? This one I will say grade, but this one. So inside here we use the switch to separate that. That means the method get grade point will receive the letter grade from the main method. So we use, for example, that ABC, right? And we use that letter to compare that match which one in our system. So our system, I use switch, and we say grade to this one, and we use in here, and we say case, that is, for example, in here we use A, that is, right? A will return if image the A letter, we return 4.0 like this, and we will have another case. Just copy this one and we paste in here. For example, the next we have B plus, right? And B plus we use for example 3.7, and if B only, we use for B only use for 3.0, and we have B and B minus, right? B minus. For the B minus, we use 2.7, and the next we will have for the C, right? C plus. For the C plus, we use for 2.3, and the next view. Next we have for C only. For the C only, we use 2.0, for example, and the C minus. The C minus we use for 1.7, and the next will be D, right? D. For the D, D plus first. For D plus 1.3, and we will have another 4. D minus, D only, right? D only is about 1.0 like this, and the last one will be F, right? For the F, for the F number will be 0, right? But in the case for the F number, we just use for the to be the, we delete this one, we use to be the default. So say default, that is default, like this. And for the default, we just return 4, zero, and in this case we mark as to be F, right? So we later grade is about F like this. So this is about the get grade point. So after we get the letter grade, we compare with our system, and after that we will use that our system to check that match which one, and we will return that value for the point. So after here, we have to go back to our main method. So let's go back to our main method, and let's see for the you see that this one, right? You see that the method get grade point. Now it has no error. Okay, so after we get the grade point, we are going to calculate the total points and total credits. So we go inside in here, calculate total point. So we use the variable total point, this one, and this one. This will be grade point, right? Grade point, this one, multiply the credit, right? The credit, like this. And the next we calculate our total credit. So calculate total credit. So to that we use the value total credits, this one, this one, and credit, like this. So now we finish for calculate the total point and total credit. Then the next we are going to do is about to calculate the GPA, right? So this is about for loop. So for the for loop, we use for summarize total points and total credit, right? So I just copy this one. Just copy this one to know that what happened. This n. This one, like this. And summarize total points and total credits. So after and this we just calculate the GPA, right? So to calculate GPA, we go in here and calculate. So calculate GPA. So we use GPA, this one, equal total point, right? Total point divide total credit. Total credit, this one. So after that, we just show the value to the console. So we use console dot write this one, and store, enter, and So that your TPA is like this. Your and GPA is this one. GPA. And in here we just 2 point and F2 like this one. And after that, in here, for example, I just want to enter a new line. I use this one and just save the program. So now this means the case number 1 is complete, right? You complete for the case number 1. So the case number 2, we talk about EC the system when the user finish operation. So to do that, we will go to the case number 2. So we have to ask to confirm that the user want to exit the system. So console dot write in here, and we write in here that do you want to exit the system? Do you want to exit the system? We ask the user to confirm message. So after that, we ask the user that console.write, and in here we say yes or no only. So we don't use this one because we don't need to enter the new line. And after that, we have to use a value to get the value from the user, and in this case it will be the letter, so we use the string, and I say yes or no, this one, to console dot read line, this one. And after that, we have to separate that value that it will be yes or no. So I use the if statement, this one. If yes, we will get out, right? If we will get out the system, so that means we have to use this value, and we change this value to be 0 when we want to enter. But in that case, we have to create the break outside in here, right? So this one is what the switch. So outside the switch, we have to create in here exit the system when user finish operation, and we use if this variable is this equal 0, right? So in that case, I just use the break to see the value. Use the break, so use this one. So this means that when it get out of the while switch, if you go to for the if statement and check this value to be 0 or 1. If it change to be 0, that means we exit the app, which means that we exit the while loop here. So for the number 2, case number 2, we complete like this, and the next we're going to do about the default. The default case is mean that we just want to know that the user put number 1 or number 2 or other number. In the case that is not number 1 or number 2, we have to ask the user to put the correct number, which will be number 1 or 2 only, right? So we have to repeat about that. So in this one, I will write up console.write, right? And when it say try again, and the next message console.write, I just say please enter number 1 or 2 only, like this. And after that, I just need to enter a new line, so I use this one. Okay, so now it seems that our program is complete. So let's check that any error or not. Seem no error, but okay, now let's run our program. Just Ctrl F4 on the keyboard. So now you see that the program will display the result I will see in here. So let's try to do something. For example, I put the number 1 and enter. So the program will ask me how many costs. For example, I have the 3 costs. I just put number 3. And the program will ask me to enter the letter grade for cost number 1. For example, that I choose the wrong number. For example, I put a P. Go enter. So the program will ask me try again. Please enter the following letter only. Right? It means A, B plus B, B minus C, C plus C minus D, D plus and F. So that means I have to enter. So for example, I put B like this. So the program will ask me that enter credit hours for this course. For example, I just put 3.5 hour, enter. And the program will ask me for the next course, the second course. The second course, for example, I get a C plus. And in this case, for example, I put the credits hour for 0. So the program will ask me, right? Try again. Please enter the number more than 0, right? So enter credit hours for this course. I put about 4 hour, enter. And the third course, the program asks me the third course. For example, I just get for D plus, for example, and the credits hour I put for 5 hour. So enter. So the program will tell me that your GPA is 2.10, like this. So then if I want to exit the system, I just put the number 2, and the program will ask me that, do you want to exit the system, or yes or no? For example, I say no. Then I will go back for the menu to calculate GPA or exit, and then I put 2 again and I say yes. So the program will stop like this.